All right, guys, one more shot here. Can you hear me in YouTube? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I guess not. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Okay. All right, now. Okay, I understand now. Okay. Phew. Okay, now I can get back to the business of trying to find some stuff, guys. Okay, good. Okay, so where was I? Oh, Clorox. I should have mentioned Clorox. CLX is a big gap down. And you know what? I mean, I hope nobody's holding Clorox and all, but you know, this is nice to see. You know why it's down. The need for a lot of their products, of course, is starting to dry up as the pandemic gets less and less. So that is why Clorox is down. CLX, big gap down. Ah, okay, yes. All right, I had to unmute myself in the main room. Okay, guys, so I was just talking about Clorox in the main room or in the YouTube room. So Clorox, big gap down. You know, I hope nobody was in this one earlier. All I want to say is that it's nice to see, you know, why obviously the demand for their products is starting to wane somewhat because hopefully we're getting on to road to recovery. So not as much need for their products. Hence, the revenues have definitely decreased. MINM. I'm not sure I saw any news on this one. MINM. MINM. And let's see, that is gapped up to 327, came right back down to 268. I don't, okay, so they've closed the $25 million public offering. And Shen, guys, this is some kind of a dividend deal, okay? I never quite understand these. I just sort of know that, I mean, it looks like a massive gap down, of course, for Shen. But it's a dividend, so, but that's, you know, when you first look at it, it looks like, oh my gosh, hey, what happened? All right, let me just quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Actually, we have a few upgrades. A couple of upgrades for Sedge, SEDG. Well, okay, I did see that pre-market. I don't know if it's an earnings play. An SEDG, a couple of upgrades. And a couple of upgrades for Bloomin', guys. BLMN. Let's take a look at Bloomin'. A couple upgrades, one from Credit Suisse and one from Goldman. So let's take a look at Bloomin'. BLMN. I don't know if it's an earnings play today. The answer is no. So they had earnings. They had earnings last week. But anyway, a couple of upgrades for them. Not too many downgrades. Let me get them in. And we have a downgrade from Goldman for ODFL. Okay, let's take a look at ODFL. downgraded by Goldman this morning. Any reaction? Not really. Expensive one. All right, let me take a look quickly at what time is it? 9:23. So let's take a look quickly at the sectors. See if there's what's going on. First of all, the market is going to have a mildly positive open. So let's take a look at the individual, some of the main sectors, what's happening. Again, boy, energy, still bad. Nothing is really a star this morning. I'm just kind of looking here. I mean, we've got some 75% communications, and so tech is, it's positive, but nothing like 80, 90%. Consumer discretionary, but every one of them is up except again for energy. So this is of course early, but this is what the pre-market looks like right now. DLPN was, I didn't like that one at all yesterday. I mean, it was a great trader if you got in. Obviously, timing was everything on DLPN. Starting to gap down though, and who knows, it might recover. Okay. WHLM, and I just don't know how to exactly interpret the news for it. Anyway, after hours, 666. Is that right? Ominous. Yeah, 666. That was the high. After hours. Low float, of course, super low float. I mean, we have 793,000 shares. That's what our provider is telling us. Whatever it is. I mean, again, I always say it like this. If you go to 10 different websites, you'll probably find 10 different float numbers. As always, though, if you do take this one at any time, do not wander away from your computer. With that float, anything could happen. Well, the only news I found on WHLM was... Okay, I have another one. So I don't know if they bought them, filing. This is Retail E-commerce Venture, shows a purchase of 237,000 shares. Okay, so it's possible then that it was just sort of a swap. Because then when you look at this one, it reports a sale of 230. So I guess this obviously was a swap. Same number of shares at $10 a share. So I guess that's the deal. Nope. Jay, no, the same number as I see it going up one, slowly but surely. Click on the left. Okay, what time is it? 9:27. I'm just going to do a really quick look, see what you're talking about, make sure that something is not broken. So when I click, here's my website. Here's the trading room. Click on trading room and continue below to trading room. Enter the room. Now, did you not get that? See, I'm already in, so if I click this, it's going to kind of screw things up for me, but so are you saying when you click on the trading room link from the website, when you click on it, you're not getting this screen where it says now click below to enter the trading room? If that's happening, I have no explanation. Oh, okay, one more time. When you click on enter room, that's blank, or when you click on the trading room link in the website. When you click on this, is this the blank screen you're getting? Ignore them, Grant. That's all I can say. Just ignore them. I have no idea why this sign-up process, we get this all the time. It seems a little bit confusing, but just ignore them. All right, guys, listen, the market's going to open in less than a minute, in fact, less than 30 seconds. Okay, I have no explanation, Jay. I mean, the only thing I can say is maybe change browsers or something. Or is there a pop-up? You got a pop-up blank or blocker? Okay. All right, guys, we are now open for business. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, so we are now open for business here, and WHLM. Actually, I'm kind of on the way down a little bit. Not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Yep. OTC, yes. Yeah, Jay, some of the other people are saying maybe change browsers, okay? It might be something to do with your browser, because it's definitely working. Yeah, you just select the exchange. Right-click on an alert window or a top list window. When you go to exchanges, notice here, so we have the pinks and these two OTCs, okay? So the answer is yes. All right, what's the market doing? So the market's got a modest open. Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, tech is up a little. NKLA, guys, NKLA, believe it or not, is an earnings play. They released earnings. Loss of 73.9 million versus 46.9 million the same quarter last year. So losses are increasing. And this is NKLA. Almost probably getting very, very close to a lifetime low. And our friend AHPI, look at AHPI. AHPI, some volume coming in. Of course, a super active one. AHPI, man, right at $10 now. Disca on the way down, guys. Disca, D-I-S-C-A, D-I-S-C-A, Disca. Poe, are you on the doc version? Okay, what I would do if you ever have issues like that, you probably know this, but just keep, go to your account and do a reset, okay? And we have our first halt of the day, and that is PALT. PALT just got halted. And let's see, there's no volume yet. Boy, be interesting to see what happens when this opens. This is a US stock, okay, based on looking at this 15-minute chart. I wasn't sure where they were traded, where it was out of. So PALT. I'm not sure I've really seen this one before. Again, there's no volume yet, but obviously once this opens, I'm sure there's going to be volume coming in. And the high right over here is 437. So I'm just looking here right now. It's not stacking up to be like a big open. HOLI, holy, is this an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. All right, China stock, actually. China stock, some volume coming in. It's got some room, HOLI. Just looking, it's not earnings. Shares are trading higher after the company reported it received an offer. Aha, so this is a potential, rumor buyout, $23 a share. After the company reported it received an offer for $23 a share from Emerald Consortium. So that is the news. Again, that's just a rumor, nothing, not solidified, of course. All right, so let's say the market is getting a little bit weaker here, guys. There's a red bar, first 15-minute SPY candle is red as we speak. So SPY is basically flat. Dow's just up a little. Tech is basically flat. So we just all right, NKLA, earnings play, NKLA, and look at BTBT, also cascading down. Oh, it's not shortable. For me, NKLA, I could have sworn there were shorts earlier, but NKLA, unfortunately, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was really thinking about taking an early one. I don't take early ones usually, but earnings play. Nobody likes this stock. And meanwhile, IMVT is just still getting kicked. It had another downgrade this morning after yesterday's disaster. And it is still moving down. This was actually an AI alert yesterday on a short. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. HLIT, guys. HLIT is an earnings play, and this may be interesting. Look at this. Look at this nice gap up here. HLIT. It's not a huge. Well, it's not excessive. 98 million. And Raymond James raises the price tag to, wow, $11. Come on, be a little more aggressive than that. Boy, that AHPI took out 10. It's at 10.17 right now. It's a little early. The HLIT continues, guys. This is, again, it's a little early for me, but HLIT earnings play, big gap up, all-time high now, HLIT, HLIT. And as always, I'm going to wait for my, see what we get from the option scanner. All right, so this is phase 3, okay? OTLAK is actually phase 3. So a real small one with phase 3 results, obviously positive. OTLK. All right, guys, there's the hood. The hood over 38 now. 38 was their IPO price, so now it's over the IPO price. You know, you're going to trade, you know, it's telling anybody to take this trade, but, you know, it's at least at the IPO price now. Well, that's a bummer. The NKLA continues down. I could have sworn there were shorts available earlier at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Vasco is halted, VSCO. All right, so what, is this an IPO today? Okay, so this is a separation. This is Victoria's Secret now trading on its own after the separation from from Bath and Body Works. Okay, so now this is trading on its own. VSCO. I don't know how many shares there are in this outstanding VSCO. IG, guys. IG on the move here. iGate, EYEG. Of course, this was super active a few days ago, all the way up to 6, but it pulled all the way back down. Volume coming in, EYEG, IG, and it's a low float, 6.8 million in the float. Oh, anybody get NKLA? That was just, you know, you could almost guarantee this as a short for the day. Stupid IB. LIXT, you guys are talking about that. I'm noticing it's popping up right here. And forget about it. Through the 200-day though, guys. Unfortunately, another one not shortable for us, for anybody with IB, Interactive Brokers. Yeah. Well, the NKLA, I'm so sure that we used to have them no problem. Well, look at Pitney Bowes, guys. PBI through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. PBI is an earnings play. All right, PBI is an earnings play. Didn't see it. Did not see it in the pre-market. Really wasn't that active. Boy, well, this one kept going, guys. Mentioned this one earlier. Is this a little too early for me to take it? The HOLI. Look at it now. Look at it now. Boom. On volume now, too. WHLM has now made a new high. WHLM made a new high. I do not think, yeah, it does have options. No, it doesn't. Does not trade options. Okay, OLB just got halted. OLB, the old, OLB, the old OLB group. And it just got halted. Yeah, WHLM just got halted. And Vasco just opened. Let's see if the volume, what? Oh, I'm sorry. This is the, I thought it was the cheap one that and I saw, wow, 52. So this is the Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret now trades on its own. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, the hood is on the move. I mean, man, if it takes out that high of its IPO day of 40.25, I don't know. I know it's a hated stock, hated company, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really matter. PBI, guys, PBI on the move down on earnings. Well, this one has been I think a big disappointment. RKT, this is on the way down. Also, not earnings. I don't see any earnings on it. No, it's not an earnings play, I should say. So, NURO. I know Zach mentioned this one just a little while ago. NURO. So WHLM, okay, so it got halted at 708. Now let's see what it's stacking up as a potential open. And that is 7.8. So nothing fantastic. That doesn't absolutely mean that that's where it's going to open, of course. But we're at 715, 715. Ugh, NKLA keeps moving down. Hood, guys, Hood getting closer to its all-time high 3 or 4 days ago. All right, G-Box, GBOX. Boy, PBI, guys. And we have a resumption for WHLM. Didn't pop really. Sort of pop. Okay, a little bit of a pop. Remember, it got halted at 708, so it's not screaming higher yet. I mean, when you look left, 946 is the next high looking left on that daily, so you know it's got room. And IGT is also, ooh, look at this, IGT on the way down here. So this is gaming, not out of China though. It must be a UK stock. I don't know if it's affected though by what China's trying to do. So again, guys, look how fairly whippy this was. H-lit, it got up to 1034, actually, and then it drops right down under 10 to 985. This actually looks like this could turn into a short under 10 H-lit. A little try and a little pull up here. It may fail. Takes 987 out, and this might be a short for H-lit. EJ. Okay, so EJH got halted on the way up, and again, this is halted on the way down. Nothing from the option scanner yet. So from my watch list, 677 for WHLM, so that was pretty good, obviously, up to 651. These are potential short candidates. I mean, look at Perry in the pre-market. It looked great. I mean, it was way up here, almost $20. It's an earnings play, but market opens and it's just sinking. EQT, let's see what's happening with EQT. Okay, below yesterday's low, of course, that's why the only way it can show up. Yeah, I mean, I want to call the WHLM news a cross and somebody crossing stock at $10. Maybe not. I mean, that's the only thing I can get from the news that I've seen. So obviously at $10, with the stock at 7. All right, guys, we have two giant red candles now with the SPY, okay? So we had a positive open, mildly positive open, and now we've got two big red candles on the 15 minutes moving down. Boy, STIM is an earnings play also. STIM is an earnings play. Oops. And what's the support like? Wow, I mean, there's really, I mean, look at STIM. I mean, my goodness. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, let's see how much further this market's going to go down now. We've got two solid red candles for the SPY, the first 15-minute, the first two 15-minute candles, right down. All right, what is BHG doing? So you see all these things moving down. BHG, wow, this is this looks like an IPO a couple of months ago. BHG, the Bright Health Group, not so bright now. Look at this, I mean, it's not been a good year for IPOs. I'm sure maybe the odd one. All right, under that whole number, all-time low now for BHG. Oh, Pitney Bowes, guys, PBI keeps inching its way down. This could be one of those all-dayers on earnings. I mean, the next area, so there's a low there, 763, another low here, it's 763, two there. After that, so it's below that now, just a little bit. And then we have 704, so, you know, it gets through that 763 with any force, then the next area is 7 for PBI. I'm not saying it's getting there. Well, the test drive does not start until August 9th. So what I would do to prepare for it, Jack, if that really is the question, go to my home page. Okay, when you click on my home page, go to the education section. Okay, education section. I would click here and then take a look at the 20 lessons and also scroll down where it says educational videos. Okay, and I would watch those. Okay, so you're prepared for when the test drive starts on Monday. Okay? Get your short hat on, your short hats on, guys. I mean, look at PBI. So again, through that 763, now 7 is the next. I mean, I will be amazed if it gets all the way down there, but APT, guys, protective clothing, APT. It's been I find it a very tough intraday trader, but here it is. Oh, look at NKLA. NKLA and Pitney Bowes, a couple of just, so far, all-day shorts. Pitney Bowes had a bit of a pop-up here, but, I'm sorry, Pitney Bowes. NKLA had a bit of a pop-up here, but Well, the hood right back up, guys. The hood is right back up. Be very interesting to see if it can take out that high. What did it get to today? 39.99 and the high 40.25. Got to put an alert there. All right, now maybe keep an eye on AHPI. I mean, it's been super active. It's a low float. Yesterday it got up to 1088. What did it get up to today? 1066. I guess the longer it holds 10, and if it pops on volume, it can start to move again. But we've got these topping tails here, so that might spell the end of it. Anyone know what happens to EGH? What do you EJH? What do you mean by that exactly? It's just a crazy China IPO from before. No reason for on the day of or the second day getting up to 82. So it's just a matter of, traders, you just got a hold of it for whatever reason, Sarika. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason for it. Just started yesterday again. All right, so the SPY now putting in a bit of a green bar here. Bit of a one. I mean, let's see what happens. It's early. 10 o'clock, right? Oh, I'm sorry, 10:06. So there's another 8.5 minutes or so for this one to close. See if it can close green, or is it going to give it up again? Ugh, another one, just nonsense up. Look at this. I mean, NETE got up to what, 1440 in the pre-market. Now down to 1192. And wow, it is shortable. Might be a little too late now. Well, guys, not too many stocks making new highs. Hearing a lot of stocks making new lows. KOPN. Boy, this KOPN. Look left on that weekly chart. What do you see? 740. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. 572. Man, I mean, if it takes out 572, it's at 578. I mean, that might be the only thing holding it up for a while. So I'm going to stick an alert right here. 571 for KOPN. And may hop onto a short of that one. Because just look left after that. I mean, you've got all the way down to 460 or so. Wow. All right, MYGN. Take a look at MYGN. All right, so there's a 2-minute, the 80 MA and the 2-minute chart for MYGN. Cross is not really that close. Boy, I was actually considering, guys, going long ANVS this morning. Looked like it was trying to recover well. All right, so I'm going to have to stick an alert here around 30, low of that candle, 33.88 or so for MYGN. See if it gets down there, in which case that would probably have broken through that 80 MA and the 2-minute chart. Another one. This is another earnings play, guys. Where are you out of? Out of Bermuda. Okay, KNSA. Another earnings play, moving down, and maybe coming into a little bit of support around here, around 1373. Doesn't appear to have that much room to keep moving down until it starts hitting maybe little pockets of support. Whereas IMVT is just still getting crushed. Yeah, everything's down now, guys. Tech, Dow, and the SPY down. So that green candle that looked like potentially a green candle, look at it now. Remember, it was green up here, up to 437. Sellers have taken over. So if you don't want to short, you better sit on your hands for a while, unless you've found something that is really, really true trading as an alpha stock, not caring. Yeah, it's not bad from the AI. Interesting because it's an energy stock, and energy was down this morning, pre-market anyway. Let's see if that has changed here. Not really. I mean, it's now at 50%. But look at the difference, guys. Remember, everything was up in the pre-market except for energy. So, what's hot? Utilities. Okay, classic. What's not? Communications. Communications. Every single stock is down. And of course, tech, financials. Consumer staples is doing okay. 65% of the stocks are up. So like UAA may be doing still pretty good. Well, guys, BHG continues down here. All-time low. It's actually an earnings play. This must be their first earnings release. Oh, I trade every day. I don't care what the market's doing. Wow, BHG guys. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, if you won't short stocks, I'm not talking specifically to you, Vi, but I mean, if I know a lot of people just are hesitant to short stocks. Days like today, you're just gonna have to sit in your hands or try to wait for a bounce of some sort. AHPI, guys, is actually holding here. AHPI. In fact, more than holding. Just mentioned this one right around here. Very choppy on the fives, but it's trying to move. Nothing from the scanner, option scanner. I'm sure this is going to get halted again. EJH on the way down. Maybe not. Those candles aren't as dramatic as I thought. Nope. I don't have those from the option scanner. I can tell you why. ZI is way outside the price range. Okay. It would have, you know, if I want to expand the price range. And I'm sure the other one is the same. Well, guys, Hood, the Magic 40, I mean, it takes that out. It takes that high of the day out, or high of the year out. High of the year. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, whenever the heck it opened. Was it Thursday? This is the, okay, so this is the 4th day of trading. All right, guys, it is now just about 10:20, so I think I'll start my little spiel here. Try to keep them shorter and shorter. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. And we are having a test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in here. Fast approaching. Give me a moment, please. Okay. So the test drive link, so I've popped that in. And when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So what is the test drive? So if you've ever wanted to try us out, try the program out, we don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get. So for 2 weeks, 10 trading days, it starts on August the 9th to the 20th. You can't start earlier. This is when all our support is set up for, okay? So that's next Monday it starts. It'll cost you $11.11 for the 2 weeks, for the 10 trading days. And you'll have access to the full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. If you are a standard subscriber and you want to try us out for those 2 weeks, you can do so also. It'll cost you $11.11 also, okay? There's the hood, guys, 4028. Ah, man. Okay, now, couple points or things about it. When you sign up for the test drive, again, it doesn't start till the 9th. All right, so if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So don't pester our support people asking them, well, where's our data? The other thing is that when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay, automatically. There's nothing, after the test drive is over, yes, we will have a nice promo code for you. If you want to take out a subscription, you can do so, but we do not put you into a subscription automatically, okay? So that's a question we get all the time. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Okay, so sign up for it. And again, it'll start on Monday. What I would do, look at Hood, guys. Oh, man. Okay, I've lost my train of thought. So on the test drive, oh, I know what I wanted to say. So listen, I'm going to put my homepage link in. If you're going to take the test drive, to get prepared for it, rather than just starting Monday morning, not knowing anything about trade ideas, what I would do is this. Okay, so when you go to my home page, so if you're going to take this test drive, I would really recommend that you take a look at the education section, okay? The first one, if you click on it, the 20 lessons, it won't take you 20 days, but take the lessons, and it just goes over all the basic features of trade ideas, top lists and alert windows, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? So you can do that. And if you keep scrolling down in that education section, more educational videos, creating your account from scratch. There are a lot of videos here. So if you're going to take the test drive, take a look at these videos to get prepared. If you are brand new to trading, Back to Basics, a 36-part, they're all short videos, okay? And this is created, all this is free. This one literally starts off with what is a stock, okay? So again, if you're going to take the test drive, or if you're new to trade ideas, or you're wondering about trade ideas, you can still click on the link and you can see what we have to offer. Okay? Now, more information on my homepage. So when you click on my homepage, like this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, Barry for Alpha for 15% off, the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is how much Trade Ideas will cost you. We have 4 plans, a premium and a standard on an annual annual and a monthly basis. So the premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. You can go standard, $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you will pay going forward. To emphasize that, because we get a lot of emails saying, how come I'm paying more than I did that first month? Just a minute here. Okay, the pricing. Okay, more information on my homepage. So these three sections here, the stock of the day, the trade of the week, and my education section, they're all free. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do around noon, you can sign up for it here. And again, the education section I just went over. Now, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, I'm sharing my layout that you see, and I'm also sharing individual scans that I have created. Okay? So when you start off with Trade Ideas, you don't even have to know how to build a layout or create scans. You can take a look at some of the things that I've done. Give me a moment here. Stupid IB. Look at Hood go, guys. Oh man. I know there's so many haters out there, but somebody's going to have the last laugh. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? Again, if you're new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market, the U.S. market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a very, I call it basic new highs and lows, and it's pretty basic. If I right click, configure, it's an example of a scan I've put together. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open. Doesn't really matter what these are. It's the concept though. You always start off with filters, to get the universe of stocks down to some kind of a manageable number. In other words, if I didn't have filters and I just wanted to see stocks that were making new highs or new lows for the day, I'd be inundated by thousands of stocks probably. Okay, so you always start off with filters to kind of get it to areas that you like. So I just happen to like stocks between 1 and 20. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Now, the great thing about Trade Ideas is you do not have to know how to program. We feel we've created enough alerts. These are all the alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. And again, as I say, you don't even have to know how to build a scan at the beginning. You can take mine, or we have a toolbar. This toolbar is all themed channels. So for instance, if I look at the Momo channel, here's an example of one scan. It's called Momo. If you like this, if you thought, hey, I wouldn't mind having this one, maybe creating or taking a look at this, adding it to my layout. All you have to do is just take it out. Now this is I'm using the doc version. If you're not going to use the doc version, you just have to save it to the cloud. But I have to go through one extra step. So I duplicate into a free-floating window. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. So here it is, okay? So I took it out. Now, if I wanted this one and I didn't want to make any changes to it, if I look, right click, configure, I can see what the filters are looking at. Here's the price range. Here is the minimum number of shares, etc. But if I thought, you know what, I'd rather have a different price range, go ahead. Make it 10 and 50. You notice how this has changed. But if you didn't want to make any changes, that's fine. But if you do make changes, you just say OK. And now you've got this window, and now you right click and you save or share to cloud, and you save it into the cloud. And I'll explain why I'm doing that. One of the things is, if you make a change in a channel and then you come back to the channel, those changes aren't saved. Why? Because the channels, these channel bars and the theme channels are for everyone. So consequently, if you want to make a change, to a different price range, that may not be what everybody else wants. So that's why typically what people do is they take a look at the individual channels and they start extracting windows that they might want to take a look at. And you can see what I've done. So you can imagine then, if you went through the individual channels and you started extracting some windows that you might like, save them into the cloud, and then you would file, load from cloud, and see there's Momo right there. And you load it. All this, again, in the 20 lessons, this is all basic stuff. And then you can start loading windows one at a time and creating a layout, in which case you really didn't even have to know how these windows originally were created. So we try to make it very easy for you. Canon. Yeah, just not shortable for me, Zach. Zach probably can't hear me anymore. All right, now a little word about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the Trades window. When you do that, you won't see these two. This is in the doc version, but you'll see this window right there. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. All right, there's an entry, there's a stop. You don't have to get in right at the entry. You can watch, see how it trades a bit. You can see what happened. Holly wanted to short this Shen, 31.54. It's down to 30.69, 2.6%. So how you trade the AI will be up to you. There is no video that says this is what you do. The only thing I would suggest is that don't concern yourself with all, the difference, what's Holly 2.0, what's Holly Grail, what's Holly Neo. I wouldn't even concern myself about what the Holly strategies are. Just have this window open and wait for the alerts to happen and go from there. So you can, just a minute. So you can actually take this window and then save it to your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. And then when you load trade ideas tomorrow, before the market opens, this will be blank. There will be nothing in here, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. All right, now this window you see here called Brokers Plus. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So, wow, Copen, why did that show up? Okay. So this, I mean, this has got no real support. KOPN. All right. So I have to go over this. Try to go quickly here. This window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Okay. I'm going to put a link in, and it's got 2 videos in this link. So the first link shows you, now I'm not going to talk about E-Trade anymore, okay, because we've got some issues with E-Trade. So the first video shows how you can connect it to an IB Interactive Brokers account, okay, and then you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, to trade your Interactive Brokers account from within Trade Ideas. The first video shows how you connect. You'll see it says live, and you would be connecting to your IB account, and then you can trade if you want to do that. You don't have to, but if you want to do that. But listen carefully, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window as an option called Brokerage Plus. Also, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available. Okay? So there's a second video, and that goes into way more detail about how you can use this. And the second video also pertains to using it as a simulator. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend that before you start trading your account, man, WHLM. So before you start trading your account, you can practice trading using our simulator. Simulator uses our real-time data. Okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. Oh, I'm missing this stem. I know this stem is ringing in my ears, moving down. What's the market doing? Well, actually, look at this. So the market, remember that was a green bar right there, and it faded. But look at this big green candle here. So we're getting a bit of a bounce now. So to use the simulator, really easy. You just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade and make the trade. Let's say you wanted to trade this WHLM, but you don't want to chase it, but maybe if it pulls back down to 750. You pick how many shares you want to do that at. Click the buy button and you'll see a big blue line appear on the chart. So if WHLM goes down to 750, it'll take the trade. Okay, just showing you how you can do something like that. This again is in the simulator. If for some reason you didn't want to do it anymore, you just go to the orders and right click, highlight it and right click and cancel the order. Cancel the order, okay? CAJ, boy, this is really, this is something. Canon. Hearing newsletter newsletter mentioned by Louis Navalier. I'm sure it's Navalier, you guys, but stock positively. So it's a newsletter. It's a pump from a newsletter for Canon, CAJ. I see we finally got one from the option scanner. Okay, TTI, what does it look like? Ooh, let's see. Hey guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's just take a trade, though. I'm just going to show you very quickly, talking a little bit about money management, okay, if you're new to trading. Yeah, so the TTI, guys, I know it came in the option scanner. Again, we're getting all these ones. Even yesterday, we got some. I mean, some of them worked very well. I just wish there was more room. You know, I wish, you know, for instance, if I look at TTI, I wish all this weren't here. Imagine if all this were underneath here, and then we had a shape, maybe a straight shot up to 4. Huge, huge difference. I'm not saying it's not going to, you know, do it, but it just doesn't. It's just not as appealing to me. But let's just take the trade, okay? I'll take it in the simulator. And what's the spread like? I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay, there's only a 1 cent spread, so that's okay going in at the market. So I took the trade. Entry price was 320. I'm going to put a stop at 3. I'm going to explain why. You're going to see a red line appear on the chart. Approximately $100, it says, okay, minus 97.50, okay? So when you get into a trade, the way I trade anyway is, and I'm always going to have a stop. Not every trade is going to work, and so I have to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade. I'm not going to hope and pray that every trade works. So I want to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade and move on. Now that is what is going to take time and practice, because you know you might be saying, well, okay, great, but where do I put that? Like, how do I know where to get out of the trade? Well, again, what I do is I look at a chart and I try to size up where I think there's some support. If it breaks down through that support, I should be out of the trade. That's one way of doing it, okay? How you're going to do it, you know, it's only going to come with practice. But let's just say, okay, for argument's sake, you get comfortable with the concept of placing stops and you're getting more comfortable with, yeah, I think that's a good area. So that's number one. Number two, this will share size you. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, the number of shares you take will vary depending on your entry and your stop, the difference between. So in this particular case, in the simulator, I said, okay, in the simulator, I'll risk $100 a trade. In other words, if a trade doesn't work for me, the most I want to lose is $100. So why did I take 500 shares? If I take 320 minus $3, that's 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay, again, I did all this just to make the math super simple. So first concept, placing a stop. Second concept, that will share size you. Third concept, obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade and you just got all the certainty in the world it's going to work. You're hearing all sorts of good things and it doesn't work. It starts moving down towards your stop. And unfortunately, what you start thinking, you start second guessing and you say, well, maybe my stop was too tight. So you start moving your stop down, down, down. And instead of that $100 loss, maybe it turns into $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. Okay? So I almost guarantee you're going to do it. Hopefully it won't be devastating. You won't blow up your account, but sometimes it's just difficult to obey your stop. You just don't want to do it. You get stubborn. You just cannot believe it's not working. So how to counteract that? Well, of course, obey your stop. If you're using IB, you can, using our charts, you can just leave the stop right in and it'll take you out. No emotions whatsoever. If you don't have IB, your broker will have a way to do it. But, I can't emphasize more, don't allow your emotions to overcome you and start to say, well, I just think this is going to work. You know what? Many times it will. Many times, you disobey your stop, the stock moves down, 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 and then it bounces and you go, yeah, see, I knew it would work. It's going to happen. But my opinion, obey your stop and, get good money management techniques drilled into you. Okay, that's it, guys. So you can also use this to practice swing trading. I get into this trade here and I don't exit it at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So I can practice swing trading also here. Just a minute, guys. All right, now let's see the Under Armour UAAs. Does this look a little bit better? So if I look left on the monthly chart, a high is 23.21, so that's got some room. It's got $1 at least on the monthly chart. The high in the pre-market, and I'm mentioning this because it's showing up in the option scanner. Okay, some volume came in. It's a market hour high. And looking left over here, 22.30, so it's above that high. The high over here is 22.35, and high over here is 22.34. It probably has to clear, those levels right there to have a shot. Well, it just did. Did it? Maybe my high was wrong. 22.35, 22.34. So it's already above that. I think what happened is there we go. So I mean it's moving, definitely moving. and that's a UAA from the option scanner. All right, here is another one that just got halted, guys. Very, very low volume. VLON, very low volume. It's just starting out. Wow, look at hood, guys. I mean, I can't go and press the buy button for you, but, I don't know how many times we talked about this yesterday. First of all, could it get back to the IPO price of 38? Okay, that was the first step, shall we say. The second step was, okay, it gets over 38, can it take out the high of 3 days ago? Well, it's done that like nothing. So, and you're right, no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And I admit, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this. Oh, absolutely real. I mean, I'm not saying buy it here. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, we talked about it. 38 to me was a key level. And then the break, well, okay, you're right. And holding 40, of course. Yes, holding 40 and then moving higher. Oh, I see. Okay. So again, the purpose of this room is not for me to tell you what to buy or to sell or when to do it or how to do it. And you'll hear other people, great traders in the room, they'll kind of do the same thing. But, so if I'm talking about something, I'm saying, okay, guys, watch at 38 as an example for a hood, and then watch on the break of the opening day's IPO. I mean, these are just kind of clues. I'm not saying you have to take the trade or anything, but it's what I'm looking at. Give me a moment here. Canadian. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at, so the TTI, yeah, I mean, I explained the reasons why I didn't love this, all this resistance nearby. Under Armour's not bad. I mean, it is holding over these levels here. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room on a percentage basis. I mean, the last 2 months ago, the high was what, 23.21. So it's about $1 from that. But it is an earnings play, so it's going to be active for the day. Man, look at LTI. Is this Loan Depot? Wow. Another one that is just getting crushed here. This looks like this was an IPO back here. Yeah, I mean, it got all the way up to $40. I know. I mean, $8. Imagine if you bought this up here at 40. This is why, we're in earnings season now, but to me, the more exciting earnings plays are these more obscure ones. These are the ones that can really get kicked. Facebook is not going to go up 30% for you. Typically anyway, or down 30% for you. But I mean, look, this one is down 18% right now, but also is marching down, and it's just one of those things. I mean, investors maybe were hoping and praying right here, please be good, please be good, please be good. And no. All right. Well, are you a subscriber? Okay. Professional Guide to Real Estate. Are you a subscriber? Oh, Thomas, if you're new to trading, I mean, it's not a contract. You're just buying. I mean, I suppose in theory, maybe legalese it is, but no, you're just buying. You're just buying stock, and you're selling stock. I mean, it's not. It's no more difficult or convoluted than that. All right. So, Chad, why I wanted to say that because I got something called bouncers toppers. All right, and this is looking at stocks that are like JNPR. This is at the high. Here's one at the high. Now, is it going to start moving down now? We don't know yet. But this is one, if you look at it like this, I mean, it's pretty somewhat parabolic. So this is one, okay, maybe you put a price alert underneath it and see if it starts to move down from there, as an example. But that is just that's something I call bouncers toppers. Well, Thomas, I think you're just overthinking it. When we if I buy a stock, I just go into my broker's platform and I pick how many shares I want to buy, pick the price I want to buy it, and that's it. Now I own the stock, and when I want to sell it, I just do the reverse. Okay? So it's just like I wouldn't overthink it. Boy, Hood is unbelievable now, guys. I mean, unbelievable, but I mean, look at this move on the 15-minute chart. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, guys, nothing really shaking from the option scanner. I mean, the UAA. Need more dynamic ones, you know, ones with a ton of room on the monthly, weekly, daily chart. Okay, Thomas, are you clear on all that? DOCN. Let's take a look at DOCN. So this is an IPO back here, I guess, a few months ago. Yeah, so actually this has been a successful IPO. Remember, a lot of the other ones we've seen are just, you know, they start off here and they've just been moving down. So yeah, I mean it's an all-time high. Yeah, it's just out of the price range I like, but yeah. Well, yeah, but Citron has changed their tune, of course. No longer are they the evil short sellers after they got beaten up so much. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail chart, seeing if there's anything kind of exciting happening. Clorox really has done nothing, really. I mean, it had the big gap down on earnings. CLX. It's really done nothing. KOPN. Now, this is one I lost sight of, unfortunately. KOPN. By the way, guys, Michael Noss will be back in the YouTube room. Okay, so save up all your Brokerage Plus type questions. I know he was there yesterday. He's going to be here today. So you got a bonus 2 days of Michael in the YouTube room. Definitely our expert about using Brokerage Plus. Eye of Newt, N-E-W-T. Boy, look at this now. Look at this one, right on the 200-day moving average. Just a little bit below it. N-E-W-T. Well, I saw this in the pre-market. Just lost sight of it. They've done some kind of an acquisition. And evidently, whatever it is, maybe it's too dilutive. I don't know. I didn't really check to see exactly who they're buying or anything like that. But so there, let's see. A company announced it signed an agreement to acquire the National Bank of New York City for $20 million in cash. So existing shareholders are not liking it. Okay, thank you, William. So it's not just that, it's, oh, I see, okay. Okay, thank you for that, William. Well, guys, I backed off shorting that Shen from the AI, but it's a good one. 31.54, 30.25 now. Didn't quite, this is some kind of a dividend. I mean, it's not really as bad as it looks, but it's a dividend play. But the AI picked it off here, 31.54, and it's 30.23 right now, and very steady. I mean, look at that on a 5-minute chart. It's out of the price range I like to trade with the AI also, but cannot dispute the fact that that was a nice one from the AI. Man, IMVT continues. Last time I saw it was 718, so 693 now, and just no support. IMVT receives a buy from Wainwright. So Wainwright is trying to halt the decline, so they're putting a price target of $19 for this IMVT in the face of this big drop 2 days ago and then continuation today. Yeah, it is showing a lot of support here. I mean, you're right. A lot of support right around this 312, 3 level. But I just don't, again, for all the reasons I said before, later on in the day, look, if it picks up and we get a big volume bar like this and it pushes it through all this, maybe. I just don't like it right now. I just don't like it right now. I just think there's too much resistance. It's a big float also, okay? So it's going to take a bunch of trading to get it through. You know, with 113 million in the float, this is not a low float situation. So Oh my goodness, there are people that I know who are going to be incensed that Hood is doing what it's doing. WW means worth watching. Cheers. So, guys, just a word about this also. You notice I've got these columns here: today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. So this is a good gauge to see how good your exits are. All right. So at this point, you can see right there the max P&L. It says 0. That means when I got into this trade, it didn't even at 320. This is in the simulator. Remember, it didn't even get up to 321. Okay, it didn't even. So it did not even a penny above. So that's why now it's okay. Now it's just a little bit above. It must be at 325. So you see how now this will catch up. So today's P&L is $26 right now, based on 325. See now it caught up, and now it dropped right back down. But the bottom line is this though, is that if I get out of this trade and I saw that the max P&L, I'll make up a number. Let's say my max P&L at one point was $400. And then when I got out of the trade, I only made, say, 100. Obviously, that would not be a good exit, right? You should be paying way more attention. Now, I'm not saying you can get out of the trade at the absolute top, but you don't want to let, a nice winning trade turn into something that is, half of what you would have won, or even worse, turn into a losing trade. So this can give you an idea, okay? Now, when I get out of the trade, the distance from the exit price is another good little gauge. Now, I get out of a trade, and I see the distance from the exit price starts turning into a big negative number. That's when you go, okay, great, because that means that the price is getting well below where I got out, which is what you want, of course, if you were long the trade. Now, if it's a big positive number, that means, man, I left a lot of money on the table. So it's a good way to kind of help you figure out how good are your exits. Practice, practice, practice. I didn't think he was talking about calls, puts and calls. I thought he was just talking about buying stock in general. All right, guys, just a sec. My headset just is dying, so just a minute. All right, back. Yeah, so may have misinterpreted his question. I thought he was just talking about buying. I'm talking about somebody in our YouTube room, guys. Your best thing to do, really, Thomas, is go to Wikipedia or Investopedia or something like that if you're trying to learn about options. Okay. What are we in 1998? Real? Where are they out of? Another Bermuda stock. I guess these are must be. I know Bermuda is a bit of a tax haven for a lot of companies. So, well, guys. So, who was wrong about TTI? I'll put my hand up. So, look at this. So, in retrospect, I mean, look at that. 315. Now it's 342 from the option scanner. I mean, I just was too focused on this, I guess. But now, I mean, it's got some room. It's got some room maybe to get to the 4 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but let's take a look at UAA, see if it is moving. Even UAA is inching, guys. 2234 on the alert. 2245 right now. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 11:18. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, there's that BHG looking a lot like the PBI earlier. It was a little bit choppy, but again, another one just making an all-time low. Another earnings play, I believe. Yeah, another earnings play that you don't really hear about too much. But when they have earnings and they don't do well, just get crushed. So yeah, so Thomas, I'm not an option trader at all, okay? So, but I would recommend you just go to something like Investopedia. Maybe somebody in the room will answer your question more specifically, but you know, I would go to Investopedia or something like that, and or go to an option site. I'm sure it's all explained. I just don't trade options at all. Yeah, okay, we have just a second. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, listen. I mean, I have to say. I mean, the option scanner has produced today. I wasn't in love with them, but can't dispute the fact that they are producing, or it is producing. TTI. I mean, 315, and it got up to. Well, okay. Wait a minute. The UAA was 2234. I think there's a big level for it to maintain. It's got some resistance probably of 2 months ago, but that's far enough away. And it's an earnings play, so I don't trade futures, no. Far enough away. And then again, the TTI. I mean, I got to admit that rocketed through what I would consider this pretty tough resistance. It just rocketed right through it. Excuse me. I believe it's 10 days that trade, okay? It's either 10 or 14 days, but I think it's 10 days. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking. Well, BHG, wow. I don't think I may have heard of it when they did the IPO, but I haven't heard of it since. BHG, disaster. At what, 18, the month of its IPO, and they're having earnings, but it was already sinking before earnings. Well, when you say call, okay, Fast Johnny, when you say calls out, are you talking text to voice? When you say what application in the software calls out volume spikes? Are you talking about, I mean, you can build a scanner that's going to have volume spikes and you can put text to voice to it, if that's what you mean. But I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. No, Holly's got nothing to do with volume spikes or anything like that. I mean, BHG. Okay? It's got nothing to do with volume spikes. I mean, Holly is a series of strategies that get optimized every evening, and then they get optimized once the market closes. The next day you're presented with the strategy that made the cut, and then you just wait for them then you just wait for the alerts. But it's got nothing to do necessarily with a volume spike. You can create scans of your own. I have scans of my own that have volume spikes in them. Okay, does that make sense? And when you say calls out, you can have any alert window, you can have text to voice. So, you'll hear the symbol being called out. But you should only do it with one alert window. You don't want to have them all doing it, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. Yeah, so for instance, I've got one called momentum, okay? And it's based on volume pops. The other filters in place, but one of the major filters is a volume pop. And again, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Meanwhile, the market, it's having a nice little recovery now. That was actually up, SPY's up. Did a little disconnect between the value stocks and growth stocks. So with the market kind of bouncing, you can see in this bouncers toppers. So take a look at DNB as an example. Okay, I don't know what it's doing right now. But if the market bounces, you might start to see some bounce plays. Newt, which was getting trashed, but it's not bouncing yet. Wendy's. There was the alert here, so it bounced off that low, 2260. I mean, it's not a tremendous bounce, but if the market bounce plays obviously work a lot better if the market is doing something like this. Whereas tops don't seem to matter as much. There's the juniper JNPR. Well, the MyJan is just hanging in here. MYJN just kind of hanging in here. A moment, please. Okay, give me a moment, please. Third monitor. Okay, guys, IMRA. This oh wow, look at the room this one's got. IMRA. It's got room to 7. I mean, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's got room. That's what we'd like to see on the option scanner. Fortunately, it doesn't trade options, so we're not going to see that one in the option scanner. But that's the sort of room I'm talking about. You know, something at 630 that has a shot to get up to. I mean, right here, 720, like over 7. Look at the market, guys, putting a nice big green bar now. Okay, just give me a moment. on mute. I'm sorry. I am on mute. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so real. I was asking you a question. So the JNPR, there is a cross here, but you think that is it too flat? The 20 SMA is too flat across. And of course, the cross is just indicative of maybe something happening to follow it. Yeah, I mean, there's no sure thing. I mean, if you look at a 2-minute cross, I mean, it's in the past, but sometimes you see them as they're happening. But anyway, bottom line is, I'm just trying to pick Real's brain here, because he said that a cross, if it's a flat cross, is not as good as a non-flat cross. So in other words, I guess if you have a rising 20 SMA, a falling 80 MA, when they cross, that's more powerful than what's happened right here, which is kind of a flat cross. Am I correct? Yeah, these little bottoming tails here, right there. Yeah, so I'll stick an alert down in this area. See if it takes it out again. Well, guys, I have to say that, yeah, we have definitely have a couple of winners from the option scanner. Nice to see. UAA 2234. 2234. We're at 2279 now, and I'm happy, surprised a little bit. This is the one that surprised me more. TTI. And it got from 315, got up to 344. That's the one that surprised me more. I thought maybe the UAA would, because it's an earnings play and didn't have that much resistance to get through. So, nice. Maybe a precursor for the rest of the week, guys, from the earnings, from the option scanner. My favorite scan. Okay, guys, we've got some action outside my window. I'm sure you can hear that. Yeah, there it is, guys. There's TTI making another new high. Just a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, listen, if you're in the TTI, I'm not, okay? I'm not in the TTI. Your next level, 346, 348, right there. 347. You can just see if it can take out 350, and it looks like it's trying to. Then the next high is up at 371. So, what a great day. I'm not in that one. In the simulator, I am, but... Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you something here. So I'm going to exit this trade. These are hotkeys. I'm going to flatten out of the trade, okay? Just flattened out. Excuse me. And obviously I got out right at the absolute high that I could have. And I just wanted to show you though, these are the hotkeys that you can use. So flatten, just highlight the trade. Flatten gets you out a half, or sorry, flatten gets you out of the trade. Half gets you out a half, or you could have doubled your position. Okay. Now here's the game. How good is my exit going to be? And we'll be able to tell by the max P&L versus the today's P&L, and also the distance from the exit price. So right now, you know, it's 3 cents above where I got out. Right now, as we speak. Well, you don't know, Siri. If that's the thing, you don't have 100% that it's going to move. I mean, I was wrong reading the TTI as an example. You know, I thought there'd be too much short-term resistance. You know, I was wrong. Obviously, if I'd known it was going to do this, I would have been in the trade. So you don't know 100%. I also didn't. I don't think I even saw. You know what? That's bad of me because this is actually an earnings play too. I didn't realize it was an earnings play. So you knew it was going to be active all day. I didn't realize that. That's crazy that I didn't see that. So you knew that the volume, it was not, more than likely the interest was going to be all day because it's an earnings play. But again, did I know it was going to take this out like nothing? No. I had more faith in the Under Armour doing something like that than the TTI. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back and just waiting for Michael to start in YouTube. Yeah, but we still don't know that it was going to do that. I mean, the fact that it came into the option scanner in the first place, Siri, and we don't get very many, so it means something abnormal is happening, okay, in the first place. So that's why, I mean, I like the option scanner. Now, even if I had known this was an earnings play, it's not necessarily I would have said, okay, great, I know it's going to pop through all this. How to get rid of warrants? There's no easy way. I mean, you can do something like this. This is what I'm doing now, guys. I'm just doing it old school. I have a symbol list that I call excluded symbols because our warrant list does not have all the warrants. So if I edit that list, you notice there's a lot of warrants in here now. When I see one, I just add it to it. It's that simple. It's old school. So what you can do, let's just say you saw a warrant here. Let's just say this was IMVT was a warrant. You could right click and then send symbol lists, and notice right at the top, so the last symbol list that you use will be right at the top, and you could just send it to it like that. Okay, is that so? Again, if you see a symbol and it's a warrant, again, right click, send, hover symbol list, and then boom, and it'll put it in there. Okay. But I do that every morning now when I do my my pre-market scans have a lot of warrants in there. I just add them now. It doesn't take long. Look at the SPY, guys. What a rocketing move now for the SPY. I mean, we went from those first two red candles looking fairly bleak, and now look at this candle right there. True to his word, only 3 hours. Thank you, Real. You said yesterday you're only going to spend 3 hours. That is, and so I noticed you were here early, so now you're heading out. See you tomorrow. Look at JNPR got. Now I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not going to be able to do this, but this is looking better and better. I think JNPR is a potential short. Look at it on the 5-minute chart. Okay, the cross. I mean, there's the 20 SMA rising. The ADMA is not, it's not cascading down, but it is looks like it's going to cross right around here. So I mean, that can give you, a bit of a clue that hey, we might have a short play in mind here. JNPR, guys. Well, my day to be done too, except I have to be here with you guys. All right, I see you're streaming now, Michael. Okay, I'll stop my stream right now.
Okay, just like yesterday, let's start by testing out the sound here. And that worked. So I will just hit that button, I think, and you guys should see my screen here. What's going on there? Hold on one second. My music's being all weird. What's going on here? Everyone hear me okay? Loud and clear. Perfect. Oh, there we go. Just audio issues. Hello, everyone. So, again, as normal, but for anyone who is new here, what we do with this hour is we give Barry some time off. We open up the chat to question and answer. So I'll be here for an hour just answering your guys' questions about trading and trade ideas and all that good stuff. So certainly feel free to ask away. And as always, we don't really have much prepared for these. So the more you ask, the better. The less I ramble on about random stuff. Yeah, Robinhood is having a great day. In the hood. That's HOOD. In a little bit of this from this break here over yesterday's high, and just what a monster. It's funny, I was saying even before they IPO'd, I was like, so many people hate this stock and this company that I bet it's going to rally. It's, you know, haters never win. So it's the more everyone hates the company, the better it will do. Vice versa, I guess, probably as well, right? If everyone loves a company, it's going to tank at some point. Other than that, while I wait for questions, one thing I did kind of want to chat about and point out, which I think is very interesting. It was kind of worrisome earlier in the day, but now with if we close like this, it's actually great. Is this high here? I should move this up on the SPY. Right, and anyone who follows me knows I like to look at the RSP instead, just because the RSP is the equal weighted version of the SPY, which means it's not 25% plus of 25%. I think it's like Apple, Google, Facebook, all those things make up like 25% of the SPY. So then I look at the RSP, which is equal weight, which I think gives a better representation of what the overall market is doing. Earlier in the day, you can see that we were actually breaking down under this very clear resistance area that it took us forever to get through. And I kind of tweeted out and said, if we close under here, that would make this a little bit of a bull trap and start to be worried. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Looks like they're going to take it higher. We had that morning dip that we're known for recently. But yeah, other than that, you know, we look at the cues. Things are rocketing there. You know, we got kind of the same look, but there's obviously some relative strength going on here in the cues versus the RSP, and then also the SPY here. Right, so you can see that this was resistance in through here, and then support right back here, and for these last couple days. So this kind of sideways choppy action, I think, is very, very good for the overall market, right? If you get something that runs too far, the chance of it, you know, falling back are much, much higher. So a breakout and then a sideways chop and then another break and a sideways chop and another break. That's the that's what you want to see as a bull, is a nice kind of controlled uptrend. The CRSR, I shorted some here in this paper account just so I can watch with you guys, because I kind of like this. I'm not short in my real account yet, but I'm eyeing it because I really like this, the fact that it's coming into that low right there, right? It seems like it's a pretty important low. Such a big arrow. And I very much like, one of my favorite trading styles is looking for areas of support and resistance that get broken and retested, and then wait to see if that retest holds, because it just gives you a very clear level to play off of. I know the market can do what it wants, but do positive earnings usually meet a spike up in price action at the market open? I'm just wondering if there's a typical expectation. That's the funny thing about markets, Jason. The moment that there is a typical expectation, it's gone. And that's why trading, and I always harp on trading plans and everything, it's a very personal kind of endeavor, because you think about it, if I'm a, and this is kind of an exercise I think you should always do. If you're a massive multi-billion-dollar hedge fund manager, right? And you know that every time X happens, doesn't matter what X is, right? But any time that X happens, you know, the market goes up, right? Every single time. Well, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be buying before X happens, and when X happens, you're going to start selling dramatically, and you're probably going to even then flip and sell short. So by that happening large enough with enough people, it will get pushed out of the market, right? So as soon as there is a typical thing that occurs, that typical thing will no longer occur. And that's just kind of the nature of the market, because the market is this kind of self-correcting mechanism that's really just, you know, the market is just crowd psychology. That's all it is. So, right? So if you're, you know, if this happens, then enough people know about that, and enough people start trading with that and against that, then all of a sudden, right, that gets kind of worked out of the market entirely, you know? So I would say nothing is typical. And this is why, as traders, we're very much big on like finding a trend and riding it. And, you know, you have to be very adaptive and quick on your feet and all this, because things just change all the time. Hey, Mike C. Any thoughts on Hood? So full disclosure, I am in Hood. Oh, no worries, Jason. So I like it. I like that I'm in it. I've got you know, I'm kind of trailing my stop behind a short term. You know, I think most my stop on part of the positions up here now. But yeah, I got in as it kind of broke out. I had a an order set, and I got in as it broke this high yesterday. So, there's not much data to go off of as a technician and a quant, which is how I make my trades. But, this is your very typical evening star setup or morning star setup. Sorry. So you have a down move, you've got this doji type pattern, and then an up move after that. So I just liked it. I know this IPO price becomes a big psychological level. So I just took it right here. We closed right at the IPO price. So when it went through, that's where I took that one. See here, there's nothing to go off of, right? Is part of the problem with these new issues. There's no support or resistance, no highs or lows, and you're far away from a level. So, if we get back into this $38 range, that might be interesting. But until then, it's just all-time highs. What's pre-market change? Pre-market change is from when our pre-market starts. So it's 6 a.m. to 9:30. Post-market is 4 until 7 or 6 Eastern. Oh, no worries. We're still, I know they're still working on getting that extended, but the problem just is the server tech, right? Trade Ideas does so much when it comes to data ingestion and high end computations on things that we're trying to extend out. The time to capture more pre-market data, but it's just Holly's running 100 million simulations a night and all of these kind of things. Yeah, Kev's right too. Earnings have been studied to death. A lot of people have done. I've done a lot of studies on trying to see, okay, if it's up into earnings, does that make a difference? If it's down before earnings, does that make a difference? And it's all near near random, and that's I just avoid earnings entirely. It's there's a binary event that's about to occur that's going to move your stock one way or the other, right? And it's this big binary event, and it's going to happen when the market is closed, which means stop loss orders don't work when the market's closed, and all of this. So it's one of those that it's just better to sidestep it, right? And if you're trying to trade for income or trying to trade for a living or whatever you want to call it, your thoughts always have to be, and this is what I tell any of the traders that I mentor, anyone that comes over to my website or anything, is don't think about the next trade, right? Never think about what's going to happen with this trade. Think about, and this is what I say to myself every time before I hit the button, is what would happen if I did this same thing 10,000 times, right? And if you can't immediately have something to point to, a trading plan or a back test or experience even, or whatever it is, the if it's not going to be profitable and you don't have anything to point to say it's going to be profitable over the next 10,000 trades, then it's just a gamble, right? And there's a lot of times that some people will say, well, I think this time it's going to go, but if I do this 10,000 times, sure, that's a risky trade. It's like, well, then you're gambling, right? You're just hoping that this is the one that doesn't turn out to be awful, right? Sorry if my typing's a little obnoxious. I've got one of those mechanical keyboards and I can't go back ever. I'm addicted now. They just feel so smooth to type on. Well, yeah, and that's Kev just talking more about the earnings. I'll go one further and say it doesn't matter what they release. I've seen stocks put out the best earnings and the best news and tank the next day, and I've seen them completely miss earnings. But there's one line that the CEO says in one conference call, and the stock doubles, right? So I would say even the actual earnings itself doesn't matter. And this is a very common old school trading technique, is looking for divergences in everything, right? So you look for, and by divergence, I basically just mean you expect X to happen, but it doesn't, right? So, for in your technical sense, if we look at something like an RSI divergence, right? That basically just means, and I see one here on the chart. So let me just pull this. Oh, sorry. I do that all the time because I look at my OBS screen instead of that monitor up there. Oh, it's not really an RSI divergence. I saw an example on Twitter. I think it was Jake from TrendSpider. Yeah, where are you, Jake? I was talking about it earlier today. HIMS. I'll get back to the earnings things, of course, on this one. But so typically, right, with an RSI, you expect that if the stock is making a new low, the RSI will also make a new low like this. But on this one, for example, right, the stock is making a new low, but at the same time, the RSI is not. The RSI is making a little bit of a higher high. So, this, it's not acting as expected, right? And that's one of those things that as soon as something's not acting as expected, traders usually perk up, right? Because that's, it's a signal of something interesting. And it's the same with news. I was always taught in my day trading is that one of the most common things that this trader who mentored me when I was a really, really active day trader in university. It's how I paid off my university, thankfully. And basically his entire concept was, I'm going to wait for news events to not occur like they should, right? So, Apple produces a wicked first quarter or second quarter earnings, and then it gaps down and starts to sell off, right? That to him would be a great short because it's a good news event, but the market is reacting poorly to it. So that's a divergence between news and price. And to me, that's way more interesting than good news creating a good event or bad news creating a bad event, because you get this confusion and you get a lot of people that will, they'll buy because I read the earnings and the earnings are good, so I'm going to buy. And then they look a little bit later in the day and they see their position is down a crap ton. Well, that's where sellers are going to start to generate, right? So it's that, divergence in things, I think, is a great lesson for trader. Fernando, we're working on a setting where people will be able to go and select that. We basically just do it for protection in case it triggers off of many at the same time to make sure it doesn't hurt. But we're going to add a setting in that says, hey, do you want to double up if Holly doubles up, kind of thing. Well, yeah, Kev, that's no problem. But yeah, Kev, that's why I try to avoid all news and all talks of news and all fundamentals entirely. I just trade off trend. Um, for example, I'm starting to dabble with Forex a little bit, just for fun, right? Just to see if, what I do in equities would carry forward. And I've only been doing it for a few days, but so far, yeah. And I really think because, it's very simple. If you just get a trend, find something in a trend, find a reason to enter the trend, and then stay on it is kind of all that matters. But yeah, it's just, and I guess it's part of like the CMT indoctrination, right? Where it's just kind of everything is in the charts. Fundamental stuff will drive the trends, but without being able to predict A, what the fundamental news will be, and then B, how that fundamental news will affect trading, you're better off just ignoring it and looking at the chart, right? The again, as we're talking about, the actual news doesn't matter. It's the reaction to news that matters more. Pete's looking, need to contact someone regarding my membership upgrade. Oh, just email in. So we don't have a Barbara, so it's definitely not that. Trade-ideas.com. If you just email there, that's like the main email. But if you just CC, like just in the subject of the email, just go account upgrade. We basically have someone who like sorts the emails so they go to the correct department, and someone will get to you there for sure. I'm looking at the ticketing system right now, and it's not super busy, so they'll get you. They'll get you pretty soon. So yeah, I would just to make it easier for make sure they know where it goes. Just in the title of your email, just say account upgrade or membership upgrade or something like that, and they'll take care of you. Great, we have a great support team, especially now that I'm not on it anymore. um, but yeah, we got some great guys over there. So what else is going on here? Hood. What's Hood doing? And what else do I have? Let me go through, talk about my swings with you guys while everything's slow. See what else is going on. What do I got here? CURV is CUR is one that I'm in that I'm liking a lot. Basically, just in this one, let me draw in. We had this whole anchored VWAP chat yesterday, right? And it had broken through there, and today it's putting in this doji here. So I like this one. I'm in. If we close under 24, I'll probably be back out on that one. IPA. Yeah, I bought a little IPA yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. In one of these 2 days. Looks like it's trying to perk up there, maybe a little bit, but not too much. Again, under that area I'm out. I like pullback trades, right? That's my niche that I'm going to more and more. Is there a way to exit Holly trades at optimized returns? Well, I can kind of tell you how I do it. So I use, my concept with algos, again, as someone who's a quant and a technician, right? I'm a CMT and I build algorithms. That's what I do. So every trade that I start with comes from some sort of an algo, but I never follow them blindly. I don't think there's a way to trying to put this. I don't think there. You certainly can build algorithms. That's all you do, right? You black box the algorithm. That's it. And I have a couple of those, but none that I really talk about too much because they're all short term kind of scalps. But for me, when it comes to all Holly trading, right? I have never met a rich trader who just takes an algorithm and just follows it directly and no human intervention at all, right? I just don't. That's the market has a very good ability to remove lazy from its money. So what I like to do a lot of is I use them all as guides. So whereas I then apply my own trading rules to it. So for example, CRSR, this was a bad trade in Holly, but you can see I entered as it was pulling up here. I talked about this earlier. I got triggered in my short, my live account right here, and my stop will go up there. So I like to look at, each individual candle and see what's going on. So Shen, for example, if we take, I'm going to change this indicator because Andy likes, remove that. Andy likes SMAs and I like EMAs, and I usually go with like an 8 is usually my thing. So I will basically look to trail this based off of support and resistance areas, right? Like I wouldn't let it get over this topping tail, and then B if it closes above that moving average. So, right, I would look at the price action and say, okay, where are the moments where bears take control again, right? So this thing sold off, and then we had bulls take control right here, and they pushed it up, and then bears turned around and took control right here. So worst case, if the last time kind of this war was fought, and the bears lost, was right at this point. So if we get back there and there's no longer any bears to fight that war, then I'm out. And that's kind of how I'll look at it. It's just basic kind of support and resistance when it comes to these. Oh, how'd I do? That's kind of cool. I do that every now and then, forget that it's there. What else am I in? Oh yeah, I'm in this one too. And basically just my stops right here. So when it suggested, it suggested the alert, I didn't really like it too much. And to be honest, it was because it was an ADR. But then it put these lower highs on 15s. So then when it made this higher high, that's where I bought it. And then my stop went right down here. So I'm not going to just risk all of this because I don't think that makes sense. Right? So you got to put your own spin on everything if you're looking to optimize returns, right? It's what, and again, it should be all based on your trading plan. I always say that there's, um, it's not a if you don't, and this I guess also talks to Jason's advice on new trader or full-time traders. If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, from my experience, you will lose money at some point. It's like not a matter of if, but a matter of when, right? You need to have a systematic plan and approach to the market, and a system that says if this then that, if this then that, if this then that. um because right now we've been in a pretty raging bull market for years, ever since right, the pandemic, I guess, was the last crash, and then since then we've just been rocketing. So everyone's a genius right now. It's when things get rough that you need to fall back on a trading plan. And it's just, I look at it, trading's a business. If you were opening a restaurant or a convenience store or a construction company or a landscaping gig or whatever it is, you would have a plan where you would go through and you'd say, okay, this is what we're doing and this is how much this is going to cost and blah blah, and you'd have a completely written plan about what you do and what you charge and all. Here's my cost, the whole 9 yards. But I'm shocked to people who are either don't think they need one or they're just too lazy when it comes to trading, where they just don't have that. They just don't take the time to even bother to do that. They just want to sit there and push the button. And I think it's a lot to do with the barrier of entry for trading. If I'm going to open up a restaurant, I'm going to need to go to a bank probably and ask for a loan. Mortgage the building or something like that. That bank is going to say, show me your business plan. And if I go, well, I don't have one, I was just going to go in there and start cooking burgers and hopefully people pay me, they'd tell you to get the hell out. But there's nothing stopping a trader from saying, well, I don't have a plan that I've tested. I'm going to look at the stocks, and if it looks like it's going to go up, I'm going to buy it. And, you're just as wrong in each of those situations, but one of them you can get away with, the other one you can't. So I guess to answer your question, Jason, my suggestion for new full-time traders is have a plan. Have a plan and paper trade that plan, religiously until the point that plan has kind of withstood the tests of time a little bit. And again, you have something written that you can point to and say, this is, I take a trade at this time for this reason, and I take this trade at this time for this reason, and I get out at this time for this reason. And, that's it. Like, I know what I'm going to do in every scenario. And again, a quote I've probably beaten to death at this point is just an old army quote of, you don't get smarter when the bullets are flying. So, you need to have this plan scored away before, the market opens up and all the flashing lights start going. Otherwise, you're doomed at some point. Omar asking if I ever use the reverse button. I don't, but there's a lot of traders that I talk to that I respect that reverse their position all the time. And a lot of them will say sometimes it's the best trade they made is, thinking something was a long and then reversing and getting out and flipping. And those shorts end up being amazing. I just don't have the stones, maybe you could call it, but it's just one of those that I just know that I'll be extra triggered if I, take a long and then flip that into a short, and then that short also loses money. But again, it's a trading plan thing, right? If your plan says, hey, you can reverse position if XYZ happens, and you've done, some amount of testing or paper trading on that, have at it. But for me, I'm very much I don't do anything unless I have some sort of test behind it to prove to me that it's something that makes sense. And again, it's part of my trading plan. So I have, a handful of setups that I use for both day and swing trading, and I just follow those things every day. And, it becomes boring as hell. But again, my trading mentor has always said, if you want to do something exciting, go jump out of a building, right? Go jump off a plane, go do some bungee jumping, go street lugeing. Trading should be boring, like insanely boring. Because I know when I come in, I sit down, exactly what I'm going to do today. I know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do the next day. I never get super excited on the winners, and I never get super depressed on the losers, because it's all just part of a very detailed plan. And that's fine. I don't need it to be exciting, right? It's to put food on the family. It's not to have fun at. I'll play video games later if I want to have fun. So I'll be interested to see how this CRSR works out. I certainly don't like going against the short float, but it is what it is, right? So basically, I'll show you. I have on my real account, I have just a 30-minute chart up, and this is a trading plan that I do quite frequently, where if something gaps and then it comes in to near fill the gap, I just wait for a break of a 30-minute low. So you can see that all day, right, this every 30-minute candle is put in a higher low. So I took that short right there when that made a lower low, and then my stop now is just kind of right above here. So you can see what a tight risk that is. And if this thing really sells, it's a huge return. Because another thing that I'm super adamant about is that win rate doesn't matter, right? It's, the best traders that I know, the guys that I talk to all the time that have been doing this for 20 years, they're at like a 60% win rate. So I'm all about, when it comes to my trading, is what's the absolute tightest stop I can have that's reasonable, so that I only have to be right less than half the time and make a bunch of money. So for day trading, I basically just follow Holly Neo. So I wrote Holly Neo. So I like, that's a really good quote, Kev. I heard Anthony Curl. I don't know him, but he's right. The best traders I know live very simple lives. Yeah, I've never met even, I multi-millionaire traders don't drive Lambos, right? It's the people who are trying to pretend that they're great traders that trade Lambos. Most traders I know are like me, where they try to pay for everything in cash, and they try to live a very cash centric, simple life. Because there's always times, regardless of your trading style and philosophy, there's going to be weeks and months, and that style doesn't work very well. It doesn't make a whole bunch of money. So you just have to be okay with that. So whoever Anthony's right, he's 100% right. Most traders I know, they like the game like I do, and that's why they play it. And they might make really good money and have rental properties and this and that and the other thing, but they're not out there blowing it on stupid stuff, right? Plus, when you're embedded enough as a trader, spending money like that hurts you because your money's your ammo, right? If I'm buying a Lambo that's worth $500,000, well, if I took that 500 grand and I put it into a trading account and even was netting out, 20% return a year on it, that's a good living as opposed to a fancy car type of thing. But that's a to each their own kind of thing. But yeah, so for day trading, I look at Neo. I don't auto trade Neo. I don't auto trade really anything except my own algos because again, I have this philosophy of the market will separate the lazy from their money very very quickly. But I built Neo, so I like the I like Neo. Again, I'm biased. I always like to say that because I built it. But Neo's general philosophy is to look for things that are doing multiple times, like 5 to 10 times normal daily volume. So massive volume relative to what that stock normally does. If you're intraday trading, I think that relative volume is probably the most important factor because you're looking for a stock to really extend over outside of whatever its average true range is, right? Really extend out of that. So, it makes sense to look for things that have that kind of volume. And it's a way to filter news as well, right? Because as we chatted about earlier, news is damn near irrelevant. But you're never going to have an impactful news story without also having accompanied volume with it. So just by looking at the relative volume, like I don't even need to look at this. I know that these stocks that are here are in the news today. They had earnings, they, upgrades or downgrades or something, because there's no way something will do like CRSR has done, 7.5-ish times its normal volume, right? Don't need to know anything other than that. There's some event that has occurred, and then everything else is price action. So, a lot of this is the same with my swing trading, but I'm just a very basic trader. I'm a trend trader, and I look for pullbacks. So I just, I develop basic or systems, right? So CRSR, if we take a look back here on the daily, this thing's obviously in a downtrend for a long time, right? Up, low, lower low, lower low, right? Without a shadow of a doubt, this thing's in a downtrend. So then I just try to look for pullbacks into that downtrend. And it's the same with my my day trading. So if I look at one of my Janix right here, this was one of my biggest ones, and I'm still in this one. I've been in this one for a while, but right, Janix here, I got in Janix right on that candle right there, and it's right. This thing's obviously in an uptrend from its lows here, right? Just making higher highs, and so I just bought into this pullback. And that's about it. I very much try not to overcomplicate things. I use a lot of algorithms and testing to try to figure out when is best to buy into a pullback, but that's kind of a teach their own type of thing. But I just think a lot of traders could do a lot better if they stop chasing breakouts and they stop trying to find or pick tops and bottoms and just find a nice trend and, pick your point for a pullback, a moving average, a trend line, a myriad of ways that you could do it. And I really don't think it's super relevant which one you choose, and just get that pullback and then, right, ride it until the trend looks like it's going to end, right? So Janx here, I've been kind of selling the whole way up, so I only have a tiny bit of the position left, but I'll just wait for it to close below the 20-day moving average because it bounced off the 20-day here and here. So if at one time it doesn't, that's when I'll be out. And again, I'm a very, trading is like a Zen art, right? It's got to be simple and relaxing. People who are type A personalities or quick to trigger or things like this, they always have a really hard time trading. So I very much try to keep everything simple. I have rules attached with everything, trading plans based off of risk. So there's never a time where I'm getting, too happy when things go up and too sad when things go down. And it's a very, very keep it simple kind of thing. I've been hubbled by markets and blown up PDT accounts, done with the flashy. Yeah, and that's Johnny. That's one of the that's common, right? Unfortunately, I've blown up accounts way in the past when I was learning, and it happens. But you're right. The more simple Zen you can make it, away you went. That just makes everything so much easier, right? If you can just, again, simple. Stick with the trend. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to invent anything, right? It's a much better way to exist. You need to make a scanner. Okay, so let me know what kind of scanner you're trying to make and how far along you are on it and where you're struggling. I'm assuming, and I'm just going to post here while I wait for your answer, for not just you, but for others, that you've watched our Trade Ideas University, where they walk you through step by step how to build a scanner and find all the filters and all that. If you haven't, just take that playlist and save it for later. It's a good one. But yeah, just let me know where you're stuck, and I'll see if I can push you along. We got about 15 before Barry kicks me out. Oh, that's cool, Kev. I'll Google that. I'll take it out. I always love just listening to other. That's one thing I miss about all the travel. Like in 2019, I think I was on 20 planes just to go to different places throughout the year. And then obviously in 2020, absolutely nowhere to do anything. And I think that's the part that I miss about the business travel the most, is just being able to, go to a pub and sit down and say, what do you do? A low float scanner. Okay. And what? Right. If you want to just scan for stocks that are between 1 and 20, you can do that. Now, if you're brand new and you don't even know where to get started, you're looking for low float stuff, I would go to your channel bar and I would check out Alpha Predator and these Momentum ones. I would actually check out this one that Andy built. And it's a great scanner, and that's all it does, is looks for low float momentum style symbols. But looking for a low float scanner, $1 to $20 is just not enough to kind of go by. Right? Like, how do you define low float? It's one of those things that everybody will define that a little bit differently. Like, what float to you do you just determine as low, and based off your trading plan, what one's high? Now, I think in most cases in this one, which again is a really good channel, how did he define low float? Oh, he didn't in this one. Yeah. So these two, so that we have two. I'm going to go to this one just to clear it. But we have two scanners or two channels. Oh, don't stop it. I work here. Give me more charts. We have two. Oh, let me get my highlight tool out here. So these two right here, both Alpha Predator and this Momentum, are pre-built scanner layouts that are totally based on low float kind of runners, right? So Momentum trades on lower float type of names. So SJ and Johnny, if you're looking for a place to get started, I would highly suggest here. And then from there, right, you can go and you can modify these as you see fit. And a good way to modify them. So these are, right, these Alpha Predator ones are Yeah, these are all part of the standard package. Yeah. These are all lower float stocks that are kind of on the move one way or the other. And then this Alpha Predator stream is basically lower float stocks that are making new highs. And then this Momo here, this is all based off low float momentum plays. These are all, again, all built into the standard package. So HLIT looks like it's really rocketing today because you can see it's kind of showing up over and over again. Right, and then also you've got your price alerts here as well, so you can go through and kind of check these out. Well, S&J, and again, save that playlist. So if you didn't want things that were up a certain amount, you can grab this scan and let me configure it. And then, right, say, now, please don't say, I want to find the things completely before they go, because then you're asking for a crystal ball, right? Those don't exist. But if you wanted to say, for example, I don't want them up so much, you could say, okay, well, I want the change in, right? And again, this is all covered in the intro videos here, but say I want the change in 30 minutes to be a maximum of, I don't know, 5%. And then that will change that. So in the last 30 minutes, it has to be down or at least not up 5% or more. But again, you have to, those exact numbers are going to be based off your trading plan there. So you just need to know what those are. But this is where I would start, and then I would start to play with them, right? Go through and edit them and modify them and see, for example, what of this is interesting or what of that is interesting and what to take and what to remove. But obviously, I'm sure before you're trading real money, you got a trading plan. So you just want to sit down and copy that trading plan into the scanner, as opposed to trying to find a scanner that makes a good trading plan, if that makes sense. But these are a great one to start. Again, if you've got more details, but you need like the numbers, right? What you call a low float may be different from what someone else calls a low float. How much is up too much? Well, again, that's based off of you, right? Like Barry, for example. Barry takes trades all the time that for me look like they're overextended, but he's a great trader and he's got a style that works for him. But to me, every time he's like, oh, I just bought this here, I'm like, holy crap, because I'm a pullback trader. So on like Neuro, I wouldn't have bought like any of this. Like at this point on Neuro, I would have said, nah, that's overextended for me. And then look at what it did after that. This would have been my kind of do or die entry with that one. Again, a very, very unique thing. So how can I make my own scanner? Well, let me click on, right? So if I go to that link that I sent you, right, and we click on 101, right, it will show here kind of right off the bat ads. Oh, don't buy this guy's stuff. Made $6,000 in 2 hours. Okay, bud. Right? Well, that's the beauty of, right? So you just go, okay, so he went into the title bar and he hit new, and you've got to figure out whether you want an alert window or a top list. And again, that's all in the intro training. But the beauty of is these ones is I don't need to give you a link, right? It's right here on the channel bar. Right? But again, I don't know what you do, right? I don't know your written trading plan, right? If you have it there, I'll take a look at it and see, but it's going to be different for everyone. So again, I would take the training and look to modify them. Now, the cool thing is, say you like this scanner, but you want to make some changes to it, you can right click and you can say duplicate into free floating window, right? And then you can modify it as however you want based off your plan, and then you can save this window right to the cloud so that you have then all of the modifications you've made to the window then save, so that you can make sure that you're kind of looking at what it is that you kind of set up based off whatever your plan is there. Oops. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do that on this screen. Too many screens. Man, Mike C's always kicking me out early. He's like, get out of here. I want Barry back. I haven't checked on the strength alerts today. How are we doing? I'm in Tesla. I haven't even looked at that portfolio in a while. So please tell me Tesla's not at zero. I've got stops out. It's flat today. That's fine. Oh, these are looking good. Man, I part of me can't believe we do this for $17 a month. Ooh, look at that. Yeah. So this 700 area on Tesla, this seems to be the number. Okay, SJ. So once again, how you build a scanner is you look at this link that I shared, right? It's not just as simple as me saying hit these 3 buttons and make a scanner, right? Unfortunately, if you want something right now and you're like really, you want to watch something while the day works, go to your channel bar, right? Click on one of the 2 channels that I talked about, these 2 right here, and look at those. If you want to build something custom based off your own training plan, you're going to have to take the training and take a look. Now, if you understand, exactly what you want for numbers and all of that, right? You just plug them in. If you don't know what it is that you're trying to scan for, then again, that's why we built all these pre-built scans for you. But I can't just tell you, hey, look at this scanner, this is what you want, because I don't know what you're after, right? It's everybody here trades completely differently. So you need to figure out what you're after and then watch the training, and then that will teach you how to build your scan. Other than that, right, again, if you want something right now, these are the pre-built scans that we have for you. The E-Trade Brokers Plus issue seems to be working today, from what I heard, and that was just on E-Trade side. They like kicked the API in some way that hurt us, and we've frantically been trying to contact them, but they haven't been getting back to us. So, it's a symptom of having a giant, massive company, right? Yeah, so we're trying to figure out exactly what they did, and asking them if before they do it again they can send us an email or give us a heads up or something. But yeah, they did something on their end that just kind of rejected everything that we tried to do. No warning, no heads up or anything. I do not see any scanner that you're talking about, Alpha Predator. So open up your channel bar, again, just as they talk about in the training, right? So new docked channel bar, right? And then scroll down, and they are right here, right there. It's below stocks I like. It's below pre-market. It's above stock surging. It's got a little tiger with two eyes staring at you. This one's got a little dude running with a bunch of arrows. They're definitely there. Just like the training shows you, just open up the channel bar and they'll be there waiting for you. Right. And then again, maybe those channels aren't for you. So just take a peek at the whole bar. But I would say, hey, kind of go from there. Okay, Peter, with your Brokerage Plus stuff, what data plan are you paying IB for? Because you have to be paying them every month for data out of pocket. So what plan is that, and what exchanges does that cover? Because that's usually the problem, is that a lot of people don't know that they have to, after they set up their IB account, they have to go back to the IB account and say, hey, I need data. And if your account's not funded, they won't give you. So the everything plan is unfortunately not a thing, Peter. So what's the name of the plan that you're paying for? Because again, the wrong one, they're real finicky about it. The wrong one will make it so Brokerage Plus just will not work at all if you're not paying for the right plan. And, be sure that you are not logged in somewhere else. And I really wish IB didn't do it, but, we've asked them, said, hey, could you give our guys like free data or something? And they just said no. Yeah, no, the channels are right there. They're in the dock channel. They're right there. Yeah, the undocked channel has more channels, but we'll be removing those soon as well. Basically, we went through, we have the ability to look at what channels are used and what channels aren't. So we're going to be doing some cutting. What part of the software is the most important to check? Again, it's whatever. That's the upside and the downside to trade ideas, right? Specific error messages. Yeah, didn't see you put your data plan in there. Need the data plan, Peter, before we can do anything else. But yeah, whatever part is like. So this is the thing, S&J. The reason I keep pushing this training is because you need to take it or you won't understand. There's so much in the system that you could put 10 people in a room that use trade ideas and they all use different aspects of it based off how they like to trade. There's not a look at this, this is the way you make money, right? If you take a swing trader, he says, well, I look at all these things in trade ideas. And if you look at you know, 5 different low float momentum traders. They all look at different things within trade ideas because they all have different trading plans and styles, right? And again, if you don't have a trading plan, stop everything and go do that. So it's different for everybody. Again, I would say the channel bar is the great for while you're taking the training. Again, it doesn't matter. You put 100 day traders in a room, and they all day trade differently. Right? Again, doesn't, you know, what is your written and tested trading plan? I know you're talking about day trading, but what is your, you know, it's all based off your plan. I day trade different than you day trade, different than Peter day trades, different than Kev day trades, different than Trey day trades, right? So you take your trading plan, and if you don't have one, you're gambling, and stop. And you say, okay, this is what my trading plan says that I should buy and where, and I should sell and where. And from there, I'm going to go through and build alerts based off of that written data trading plan. And if I don't, well, then I'm just kind of throwing darts at a board and hoping I walk away at the end of the day with making money, right? I want to buy a stock that will go up based on a prediction from your software. Well, now you're just talking about the AI. So just go, all you have to do is click on this channel right here. But again, I wouldn't recommend that, right? I would recommend that you build a trading plan, or you will lose money in the market. It's just it's a foregone conclusion. If this was an easy game, everyone would be doing it, right? So you can check out, if you click on any of these AI channels, those are the only place that we make quote unquote predictions. And you have to just wait for one of them to occur. Right. All right, guys, Barry is kicking me out here. I apologize, but he will be back on here in just 1 second. Thanks for coming on out. There'll be, again, more Q&A every day between 12 and 1. Thanks for having me, and I'll see you later.
Hear me now? I think Michael is going to be leaving. All right, guys, H-Lit is not doing his thing. I was really looking to maybe take that around 1042, 1043 if it held, and if it popped through on volume. Doesn't look like it wants to right now anyway. I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna put an alert up here around 1030, 1038, I guess, for the H-Lit. See if it gets back up there. Well, I refuse to believe that Juniper is just going to hang here. It's either going to bounce off here or it's going to move down. I doubt very much it's just going to hang here at that 28.86. So I'm going to have a little more patience on it. I'm in the short at 83. Yeah. Well, there's no reason for me to exit it, really. I mean, yeah, I'm down a couple of pennies on it, but there's no reason for me to exit it. Hey, we got both, Kev. Yeah, we got both sound and we got video. Imagine that. Look at the market, guys. What a bounce. I mean, look at the remember the first two 15-minute candles look pretty bleak, but we've had a nice recovery day. And Mubin, did Michael show you how to turn on the Holly audio alerts? I'm sure he must have. Nope. Just just the good old Mike. Man, okay, things have really slowed down. I have to make sure. Yeah, I don't have my sound toggle off, so I could get alerts. I'm just not getting any. Keep looking for news on LVTX to see what was the reason for all this excitement. We don't even have a float. A lot of times, yeah, with these foreign stocks, difficult to get information. Let's just see if I can find something from, say, Benzinga or. All right, I'm seeing about 17 million in the float. 17 million in the float for LVTX. Okay, guys, the hood is riding. On the way up here, look at this. Remember I was saying there we had a lot of consolidation right here. There's no way it would just stay here for the rest of the day. Which way it was going to go, can't know for sure, but it looks like it wants to make another new high. All right, guys, so take a look up here where I have not often you're going to see this. So where I exited in the simulator was right at the penny, right at the very high for the TTI. Since then, it has dropped 14 cents. So you can see, okay, that's a good exit. Oh, guys, I'm not getting not too many new alerts. KOPN, I'm hearing KOPN, probably on the downside. KOPN, and yep, and that's a nice break. I mean, this has got, look at all the room it's got on the monthly chart. 488 is the next low looking left. After that, I mean, way down here. KOPN. I'll get rid of the juniper and pile into that one. Hmm. All right, market still continues. Had a little pullback here, and the market still continues to move higher here. What's happening outside here? You know, I'm not getting any toppers. I mean, where I found the juniper, not that it's worked out that well, but I mean, where I found the juniper, these are all stocks that are top, in theory, potentially topping out. I mean, the last one was at 1023. I guess I must have some pretty, I mean, I'm just, because the market's moving higher, I would have thought I'd get some more toppers, but not here. So this actually was a pretty good one. A 1007 net element shorting at 1201, getting down to 1150. ACY from Zach. Let's take a look at. Yeah, terrible spread. 82. Wow, you got to be so careful. 1738, $18. You got to be incredibly careful on that. And we just got halted. ACY just got halted on the way down. Problem is, I mean, as Zach was saying, he can't hear me, I don't think, but I mean, the spread was terrible. You really, really have to be committed. Now, another one that is moving, AHPI. Unfortunately, we're in chase mode to chase it down. The only good thing, it just popped down through 9. Look at these topping tails on the weekly. Oh. All right, guys. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not getting anything new. Semi, okay, CEMI. When did I get that one? So I know you guys were trying to short this one. There might be another opportunity. Traders circulate. FDA report. So traders are circulating. So absolutely no, I would not call that a slam dunk. So this is what we're talking about. Traders circulating FDA report showing emergency use, etc. So it's a virus play, but that could be, you know, no guarantee, of course. KOPN inching its way down. Boy, here's another one. See all these earnings plays, guys. Some, you know, C spine. I mean, you don't hear C spine unless it has earnings. I mean, I remember it had this little run over the few months. SPNE. Typically, you know, when was the last time you heard about C spine? Now it has earnings. Look at this through the 200-day SPNE. How were you able to short that? Obviously, some stock must have come free. Because I was watching, I didn't see any shorts available for us at IB. All right, guys, I exited that Juniper. Took about a 6-cent loss on it. The only way I'll look at it again, I do have an alert set around 28.79. So I took a 6-cent loss on the Juniper. And let's see, AC just resumed. ACY just resumed on the way down. Spread is tightened to only 22 cents. Well, I said it would not chase the HPI, but man, oh man, whew, look at this. Look at this 15-minute chart. Straight down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 hours. It is? Okay. Yeah, you're right. A little bit of life. Guys, that hood, I mean, it's making another, looks like it's going to try to break out again. I love it. It's infuriating some people. Infuriating. Those. All right, here's another one. A-tip. Well, look at you, A-tip. What could you do? 456 is the next high looking left, and after that, 485. All right. There it is, guys. There's the new high for hood. Well, yeah, I mean, listen, considering, what was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago, it got down to $33. So you're talking $12. You almost had to know that the number of people dumping all over Robinhood. Definitely a contrary trade or contrarian trade. Guys, this A-tip is looking interesting. I mean, it's just hanging here. Love to see a big volume part like that. Sorry, guys. I mean, I'm just really trying to watch this A-tip. I don't think there's any mad rush to get into it. Of course, I'm watching it because I hit the option scanner at 436. Well, I mean, there's a good base right here. So, I mean, if that'd be a good stop around that 426, 425 mark if you were to get into it. Well, Cam, but yeah, but in theory, it was the reverse. Yeah, as Zach is saying, they hate the hood. They blame Robin Hood for all their misfortunes, or some of them. All right, guys. FLGC, take a look at that one. FLGC, I know that Zach was looking at that one earlier today. Yeah, what a move. I mean, this is now an all-time high again or FLGC. Well, that's the all-time high right here, 1060. And that happened, of course, today. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at the hood go. All right. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. Well, now we know the direction. Remember I was saying, well, it's not going to stay here after an hour and a half of basically consolidating. Not going to stay here. It's going to go one way or the other, and now we know. That was my video today too, so meanwhile, SPNE continues down. Mention that one as spine or something. A C spine continues. Oh, wow, can't chase, but I mean, look at these moves. We've had some great trend moves today, guys, especially on the downside. Just great trend move. That's a trend. I mean, you get your down, first 3 or 45 minutes down, a little bit of a base, and then look at this. I mean, just down, down, down. And the other thing about the volume is picking up. How many shares? There were a lot of shares, I think. There was a 2 billion. Well, I can do some quick math, I think. So there looks like, is that right? No. 52, yeah, 52 million shares or so. I think, yeah, there must have been about 52 million shares. Let me just see that again. I think there might have been 52 million shares released. Yeah, so because Hood wasn't a traditional IPO, I can't find it on my IPO calendar. Anyway, I think the math I did, I think about 55 million shares, so. H-lit, guys, right back up. H-lit is right back up. Now, will it continue? There's a little pullback, two-bar pullback. I mean, it's an all-time high. Well, not right here is an all-time high, 6 cents away. Keep an eye on H-lit, guys. If it takes out this high right here on some volume, I just think it could keep going. Does it need some volume? Also keep an eye on the A-tip. I mean, it just had a little bit of a pullback. But if the market, well, I don't think these things really care about what the market's doing, but the A-tip is the same sort of thing. It's got all sorts of room. A plane. Oh man, I'd love to hear a plane. You too, Jason. APDN. Oh, so you were going long. Okay, APDN. You were going long, Vicky. APDN. Wow, that showed up in the option scanner now too. Yeah, things are popping, guys. Things are starting to pop here. No. Now, the only issue here, I mean, there's that 200-day moving average for APDN right here at 734. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate that. So there's a 200-day moving average. It is mildly through APDN 734. It might struggle though. Okay, there's the H slit, has come right back. New high now, guys. New high, HLIT. New high. Can ATIP follow? I tell you, I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's going to get there. It would not surprise me if Hood hit 50 today, just because. What did it get to? Got to 48, so it's $1.50 away from that high. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. I haven't looked at that forum for a long, long, long time now, but I can just guess what they were saying ahead of the IPO. Yeah. All right, guys. So today is Tuesday. Yeah, it is Tuesday. So today is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll be attending that. I'll just pop this in again. I know we'll be talking about this. I'll pop in the test drive link. Talk just a little bit about it. Okay, so the test drive. So if you've ever wanted to try trade ideas, we don't have free trials. All right, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So for $11.11 for 2 weeks, which is 10 trading days, it starts on the 9th and runs to the 20th. Okay, so that starts on Monday. Can't start any earlier. If you sign up now, basically what you're doing is just pre-registering, okay? So again, it'll cost $11.11 for the 10 trading days. You can also, if you have a standard subscription and you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so. It'll cost the $11.11. Now, when it's over, it's over. Okay? There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. If you do want to take out a subscription, there'll be a nice promo code that we'll offer you if you do want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, we do not put you into a subscription. And again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. You'll get no data, live data, until August the 9th on Monday. Okay. So again, if you sign up, don't pester our support people. Say, hey, where is my data? Okay. So take advantage of it. We do it. Every say 2 to 3 months now. So it's a good opportunity just to try us out. Now, if you also do that, this is what I would do. So that you don't just show up Monday morning completely oblivious or unaware of what trade ideas can or cannot do. So what I recommend is that you take a look at our homepage, not our homepage, but my homepage, right here. You click on the link. This is what you'll see. And one of the sections is education. So if you click here, the 20 lessons, I would absolutely recommend you just take a look at that. It's not going to take you 20 days, but it just goes over some of the basic features, top lists, alert windows, etc. And then if you keep scrolling down, educational videos. Okay, we have some educational videos, getting started videos. Okay, so this is what I would do. I would absolutely take a look at the 20 lessons and also the getting started video. So that Monday morning, you'll have at least some idea about what trade ideas can or cannot do. You want to take it seriously, put a little time and effort into it. And you can always just save my homepage link. There's a lot of other information there, of course, but you save my homepage link and then you can take a look at all that education whenever you want. Boy, SPNE. Here's another one that I see is just going straight down. Probably an earnings play. Yeah, another one. Bausch, BSC, another one. Through the 200-day moving average. Oh, I don't know. Somebody asked my thoughts on Hood closing higher. I don't know. It's having a little bit a minor sell-off right now. Whether that continues, I have no idea. But it's obviously in play. The volume steadily increasing. I mean, look at the volume when it started. So here's when it was resting, right? So here's their volume, 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 and all of a sudden right there, and look at the volume increase till we get kind of a capitulation right here. All right, here's another one, guys. Now here's one that is in just showed up on my toppers list. Me, 23 and Me Holding. What the heck do they do? Okay, I guess that's a kind of a clever name, trying to keep us all at 23 years old. I'll go for that. I'm sure you did. Man, oh man, sometimes this SPNE. Look at it go, guys. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with it tomorrow. I mean, this is just straight down on earnings. Ah, okay, the 23 pairs, of course. Well, I like my version, keeping it somehow keeping us all at 23 years old. And wow, look at this. I mean, this spine now. I mean, on the monthly chart, 13 is the next kind of the next lows, looking left. Again, I'm looking more for tomorrow. I don't know, will this continue down? I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. Well, we'll just have a second day. I mean, why is anybody going to buy this now? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. This marketing meeting is starting soon, so just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I don't think you can a volatility trailing stop, okay? I don't think you can AMK, okay? So you can't. If you want more information about something like that and get an absolute definitive answer, go to the homepage. Michael Noss, I think, is around, but I'm pretty sure that you just can't. I will give you the homepage link. Okay, and that is for you, AMK. So S&J, you're not a subscriber, I'm assuming. Okay, we have lots of pre-designed scans in the channel bar. I share a lot of scans, so I'm not sure. I don't know if you're a subscriber, then you just have to go to the channel bar. Lots of pre-designed scans are there, and then of course I'm sharing a lot of my own scans. So, but I have to know: are you a subscriber, S&J? Well, okay, you want to know how to get alerts. Well, again, are you a subscriber? Wonder if you can hear me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so S and J, can you hear me? I hear you say thank you, but what does that mean? I just want to know if you can hear me. I mean, if you go to our toolbar, we have a lot of, we've got a channel bar here that has all sorts of themed channels, and they're all pre-designed. Okay, so I mean, you can look there as an example. Explosive winners, I mean, but the whole idea, I mean, when you get used, I have no idea if you can hear me. So until he says, Barry, I can hear you, I'm not gonna. I guess there's no point in my keep going. All right, guys. So her H lit. I mean, this is still looking really interesting, even for tomorrow. I mean, it's an all-time high. Wondering if they actually had some news today. Okay, well then I can't help you. Boy, this FLGC, guys, FLGC, my goodness, look at this thing, rippage, severe. Hey, I haven't said that for a while. This is severe rippage. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart, so in 45 minutes, it's gone from 9 to 13, and all-time high. Even ATIP, guys, is making a little bit of a move, just a little bit of one. But boy, this is really. Let's see if there's any news on this. I mean, they had news last week, the cannabis play, of course. But I don't think cannabis is doing much. But before I say that, let's take a look at MJ. And MJ is doing zip. So this one is completely trading on its own in terms of it's not a sector play, in other words. Wow, look at this WHLR. WHLR right at the 200-day moving average. If you can somehow pop through that, look at the room it's got. So this WHLR, too bad that 200 day is there. I mean, that has another one that has a ton of room, low float. All right, A-tip, well. Big area right now for A-tip, guys. Right there is at 456. So, getting through 450, then maybe 456, and then look out. I mean, it would have a ton of room on a percentage basis. So listen, I mean, the option scanner produced. I mean, this, winner. Don't think winner. Actually came on the short side now. HLIT winner, HTIP modest winner, and the APDN, I think it raced up 725. And what did it get to? 725. Yeah, a modest winner, but certainly produced today. So let's hope going forward. What are we now? Tuesday. Let's hope the next couple of days anyway are give us some really good looks again. I mean, I love it because you get very few alerts. You can concentrate. Go. Well, I mean, if this HLIT was a little more choppy than the ATIP, but yeah, I mean, that's the $1,000,000 question. I mean, what is stronger, the 200-day moving average or the fact that it's got a ton of room if it can break through? Oops. Hood, okay, I actually thought Hood might, when it was getting back up to 46, I thought I might have another run. But this looks like it's going to be some pretty decent profit taking now. Looks like right now anyway, the 200-day is triumphing. What do I think of Twitter? I don't know. Did it trigger? I know the. I mean, I don't trade this stock. I don't trade it at all. I don't trade this price stock. But well, I don't think much of it now. Did it trigger? I know that it's a trade of the week. I don't know what the so-called trigger was, but it's just doing nothing. It's just basing. I mean, it's just doing really nothing. 71.93. So let's see. So I guess it did not trigger. So at this point, there's no. If you're basing it just on the trade of the week, right now it is not triggered. So I mean, it's doing nothing. Not interesting. Well, it's just not doing. It's just not interesting to me, anyway. I mean, it had earnings last week. I guess it had a nice run, but right now, I mean, just not interesting. Just hanging in this area. It's got to go one way or the other, and I, certainly can't predict which way that's going to be. Well, I mean, July 22nd, it had earnings. So what day was that? Right here. Post market. So this was the reaction. That was the day of earnings. So, had a couple of days. There's the day. Sorry, here it is. July 22nd. Yeah, so here is the kind of no reaction, and then follow through, and no nothing. So what's going to get it going now? It's already had earnings. Again, it's one of these things. It has a huge float, $750 million in the float. So it's going to take something. Listen, I mean, maybe people think, oh yeah, well, it's going to do this and that based on earnings. But right now, it's boring. That's what I see anyway. You've got to hope if you were long that it would hold this level here probably. That 67 or so right here. HLIT, guys. Boy, that is a big winner from the scanner. It's at 1033 to 1070. I mean, that's a great percentage move. I think Michael adjusted, Kev, I think Michael adjusted the stops. Certainly for Neil, I think he widened them so they're not getting stopped out as much. There was nothing in the AI today that I wanted. I'm just looking at just the price ranges of some of the things. The Shen would have been interesting for me. I was surprised it moved as much as it did based on the news. Yeah, I think he adjusted the algorithms for Neo anyway. So I think the stops are a lot wider. Look at this move for HLED. Again, is there news on this one other than lawyers suing them? All right, let's take a look at FLGC though. Zach is suggesting this is just a momentary pullback. I mean, it's an all-time high now. Well, here's the all-time high, but what did it get to? Well, over $1 away. Boy, Perry has had a rocky day. Look at Perry. Big gap, well, pretty big gap in the pre-market on earnings. Almost got to 20, not quite. Market opens, it moves all the way down here, chops around a bit, and now it's been steadily up. Will it challenge again this high in the pre-market? Very choppy though. Yeah, Hood is a little bit uncertain right now. You've got a big topping tail and you've got a big bottoming tail. The last got a big topping tail there and a bottoming tail here. So the uncertainty is right here. I mean, it still looks more likely that this fades somewhat, but it depends how well this holds. What time is it? 2:44. So it really depends on that next 15-minute candle. Ah, no voice, you're right, no voice. Okay, I'll back up. Wonder why I have no voice. All right, so I just put my link in here. So again, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. That's a free service every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video that I've done. All the scans I'm sharing right here. Okay? My layout that you see here. And all the other scans that I have created right here that you might want to take a look at. And, excuse me, and education links. 20 lessons. Daily support in YouTube. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Watch the videos, they're all here. Okay? So save my link, save my homepage link, and you can take a look at all of that information whenever you want. And of course, we always have the channel bar too. And the channel bar has many themed channels. You know, the Momo channel, Momentum channel right here. So you don't have to know how to create anything. You know, you've got it. We've created many, many, many things for you. How's the sector doing? How are the sectors doing as we get into the last hour of the day? And look at, you know what? Isn't that interesting? Energy turned right around. Energy was the worst sector. And now it is turned around. 95% of the stocks are up for the day. Worst sector, communications, 73% are down. That is the 50-50 in consumer staples and 50-50 with real estate. So, you know, this is get a bit of a snapshot of what's happening in the major sectors. And the market is still just kind of climbing a little bit of a red bar there, but nothing much. So just kind of climbing a bit. All right, guys, are there any other questions? I'm getting set, let's say, to shut the room down at 3 o'clock. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any questions. All right, so I think I'll shut the room down now, guys, and let me get my script together. All right, well, thank you very much for all the help, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope to see you in the room then. Bye-bye.